Of council missing. Councilor Medeiros. Oh, so we got Councilor Medeiros on his way, hopefully. And we're going to begin with the approval of the agenda. Yeah. Does anybody want to add anything? Councilor Willens.
Yes, through you, Chair. I'd just like to add a brief announcement. Would that be under 4.3? It's regarding ski day.
Thank you. Councilor Paleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to add an in-camera discussion around property acquisition. I've discussed this with the solicitor, and he's okay with it.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair, that would be proposed item 13.1, proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of property affecting the municipality or local board.
So as well, I'd like to add something as well on a seniors monthly bus pass discussion. If I can look to the clerk,
So,
what would that be under?
Mr. Chair, perhaps that could then come under community services in terms of other new business, 9.3.3.
Anybody else want to add anything? Seeing none, can I get somebody to move the approval of the agenda? Councilor Willens, all in favor? Carries. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? None. Consent agenda. Is everybody okay with consent? Add, remove? We're okay. Councilor Willens, you want to move it? All in favor? Carries. We now move to the announcements portion of the agenda, 4.1, sponsored by Mayor Brown, as a recognition of former Alderman John Shadrack as part of Black History Month.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. As part of the motion we passed 2 weeks ago, tomorrow night at the Black History Month conclusion, and we've had a number of great events throughout the city of Brampton, and thank you for Council participating in a very significant manner in all those functions. The culmination of it also includes a bit of a celebration recognizing some of the pioneers, and I understand that former Councillor Shadrack's family will be in attendance tomorrow night. Councillor Williams, is that correct? They may be here today. I don't see them here yet, but thanks to Council support, we have a certificate of congratulations that will be issued to the family of John Shadrack, former Brampton Alderman, the first person of the first Black Canadian elected in Brampton to City Council. It's with great significance that the City of Brampton is pleased to recognize the naming of John Shadrack Way, and so that street sign will be presented tomorrow night at the concluding event. A number of members of the community said it's important that we celebrate those who have broken down barriers, and I think and set an example for the community. And so to his family, we just want to say thank you for the great gift that you gave the city of Brampton. We look forward to celebrating his legacy tomorrow.
Thank you. So we'll wait till they come.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. So we'll move on to 4.2, proclamation for Pink Shirt Day, and the council sponsor is Councilor Williams.
Oh, I'm second. Thank you. So I'm going to read through this proclamation. I'm excited that everybody has been wearing pink for today, and solidarity for those young people and individuals experiencing bullying. And so I'm going to read the proclamation. Whereas National Pink Shirt Day is being celebrated on Wednesday, February 27th, and whereas Pink Shirt Day came about in response to a male student being bullied for wearing a pink shirt to school, and whereas dozens of fellow students decided to wear pink shirts in solidarity with the bullied student, and whereas bullying is a form of aggression where there is a power imbalance. The person doing the bullying has power over the person being victimized, which can result in physical trauma and serious emotional problems, including anxiety, low self-esteem, or depression. And whereas Pink Shirt Day has become a national day of awareness of bullying in schools and society, and the theme for 2019 is cyberbullying. And whereas individuals and organizations are encouraged to participate by wearing a pink shirt on February 27, 2019, therefore, I, Mayor Patrick Brown, do hereby proclaim the day of February 27th as National Pink Shirt Day in the City of Brampton, dated this day of February 2019. And can we take a picture? Can we all get a picture?
We
with
can.
us?
We can all stand right here. Get a picture taken.
All right, let's do this.
Councilor Dillon, I just want to ask one question. I think the CEO's shirt is pink enough.
I think I can see a little pink in there. It's got a little purple in there. So we'll all stand right here then.
Camera. Anybody bring a camera? Okay, that's good.
Maybe they need to come in all close. Yeah. All right.
He's media, let him in. Don't now cross the line. After today.
Ernest, come over here.
Is everybody in?
She's got to get in, but we'll get started on my end. Okay, everyone's on there.
All right.
They're both the same, weren't they? Their names on them?
Thank you, Councilor Williams, for sponsoring, or for announcing this. I think it's a very important issue where so many people every day are facing bullying, and it's good to bring attention and awareness to it. We'll move on to delegations. Oh, 4.3 actually, sorry about that. 4.3 was Ski Day. It's an announcement from Council Williams.
Yeah, just
Willens.
just quickly, through your chair. Yesterday, the Peel Memorial Hospital held their ski day, their annual ski day. It's their 11th ski day. Yesterday, we had 200 skiers at Calvin Ski Club. They opened up the ski club to us only, exclusively. We had a very good representation from the city staff this year. We had economic development, public works, fire, buildings, special events, and human resources were all there, and we raised just under $94,000 for the Peel Memorial Hospital. Councillor Bowman was there in attendance, and thank you, Mayor Brown, for showing up at lunchtime and gracing us with your presence. I'm not so sure I like the comments on Facebook, but it was good, and I actually was honored with the Jim Kennedy Award 2 years in a row for raising the most funds, and I thank all those that sponsored me for that as well. So it was a great day by all, perfect weather, and we're looking forward to next year, bigger and better. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Williams. Council Bowman.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. I would just, in that same vein, I would just like to thank all the councillors and all the participants. I think this last week has been a phenomenal week coming up, including this Saturday at the YMCA. For fundraising, we've had the hospital fundraising. We had Coldest Night of the Year, where I think they got $128,000 raised. Councillor Fortini, do you have a number from what you raised yesterday for Big Brothers? 29,000. So just a big thank you to everybody, and a thank you to this council for everybody who participated. That shows real community spirit. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bowman. So that concludes the announcements. We're going to move on to the delegations portion of the agenda, and we have first 5.1, a delegation from Joe Ferrugia from Bram City Taxi in regards to the impact of licensing personal transportation companies and the impact on the taxi industry. Joe?
Good morning.
Thank you. Just to let you know, you do have 5 minutes as well.
Okay. I've put a letter out that you guys should have through, and I've met with Mr. Dillon on this also. Basically, with the since Uber and other ride-sharing companies have been licensed, the taxi industry in Brampton is suffering significantly. We have a number of taxi plates sitting on the shelf, so it's just for us to maintain our position and try to keep going. We're asking that a lot of these things that I've asked for on your list, we're asking that they be implemented.
So do you want to just briefly go over it?
Sure. So what we're asking for is we're asking that the city put an immediate freeze on any issuance of any new taxi plates until a new appropriate formula that will reflect the current transportation environment is agreed upon and put in place. We'd like to increase the length of time in which a taxi plate can sit on the shelf, which means basically it's not attached to a car and not on the road servicing the residents of Brampton. We also ask that in order for us to get people to come back into the industry, we're asking that the cameras be removed from the taxis, or maybe not be mandatory for taxis. The emergency lights, removal of stickers, decals inside and outside the taxi vehicles for the purpose of operating on multi-platforms, which means potentially that a taxi could, in a slow period of time, maybe work for Lyft. The other thing was we want no restrictions on brokerages to be open 24 hours a day, as we can accept orders online and through apps that go directly to the cars. And we want to reduce taxi plate renewal fees and eliminate CPI increases, as our business has decreased significantly. Remove all inspections for all licensed taxis, and all taxi cabs will submit an annual safety certificate to the licensing department. Taxi plates removed from bumper in exchange for a sticker that can be attached to the rear window, as Uber and Lyft currently do, and allow us to obtain criminal record searches from alternative third-party licensing. Currently accepts these searches from TNCs and PTCs. We would also like to get our taxi committee back intact.
Thanks, Mr. Ferrugia. So just a reminder to council that for delegations, we ask questions of clarifications only for the delegation. And so, actually, Councillor Fortini first.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Joe, for coming. I was going to ask that question if we're going to set the committee back up. We were just waiting for you,
Well, it's something that this is brought to you. This is the taxi industry's perspective. The taxi industry wants that. They want it back.
Okay, so I guess, as pre-dealing with chair, was vice chair, if that's the case, we maybe could request it to bring it back. I got a couple of questions here. I have no issues with most of these things. On number 3 and number 4, for the cameras and emergency light, isn't that a safety more for use?
Well,
for the
actually,
drivers?
initially that's what it's there for. The emergency lights never work when we go for inspection. We always have to go somewhere else because we never use them. They're redundant, and you're putting holes in the vehicles. All of that is part of bringing the vehicle, depreciating the vehicle if we wish to turn it over. And as far as the cameras go, it's more about the cost of getting into the taxi industry now. We have a number of plates sitting on the shelf. It's hard for us to get drivers to come in to put those plates on the road because of the initial cost that it's going to cost them to get the car ready. So that's the purpose of us asking that be removed. Now, I don't believe Uber has cameras in their cars or Lyft. That's not required for those people. And basically, they're doing exactly what we do.
And that's what I was going to say. So Uber doesn't have the cameras, but they have the app. They know the driver. We get the email.
Yeah, but we have all that technology as well.
That's good. So that's what I was going to ask. So that's the case. So I'm going to request us to bring it back to staff, and we will request council to set up a committee again. And I'd love to sit on the back again, and I'm sure the pre-dealing will the same. Or as you're saying, they want to we'll sit back on it again. So okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fortini. And so you moved, so what we'll do is we'll hang on to that, but we'll get the rest of the questions from Council first. And so we'll move on to Councilor Paleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Joe, for coming and delegating. I've always said that it needs to be a level playing field. And when we allowed Uber to begin, it was that pilot project that we copied from Mississauga, and I have yet to see anything come back to council on how that pilot project is going. So maybe if that can be included in the report that comes back. That was prior to me seeking questions of the delegation. The cameras not be required in taxi. You had just mentioned that you already have that technology, like the ride sharing. Can you elaborate on that?
All the companies have apps. We all have apps that do that. We basically.
If somebody calls A1 Taxi and they go, and you don't have a camera, you don't know actually who that person is.
No, it's all. In order to register for these apps, you have to provide personal information. The same way that you do. It's very similar to what the other guys are doing. I can't break it down and tell you piece for piece that it's exact because I don't really know that.
So you're saying that all taxi cabs in Brampton should go to the app instead of picking up a phone? Because right now you can't phone Uber.
No, that's correct. But you can phone us. You can book online. You can reach us by an app. We all have them.
But how do you identify the person? I have a problem with removing the cameras. I've always said that the lights. I agree with everything you said with the lights, and I don't see them as an issue. We shouldn't have you required to have them. But the cameras and the fact that it solved, was it 53 crimes last year alone? So somewhere around there. With Uber, you have all of their information, or whatever ride-sharing app, you have all that information. If somebody phones you to call for a taxi to come to a home or a business, you don't know who that person is.
Well, I can say that our dispatch systems record everything. So usually if somebody phones us, their number pops up on our screen, and we build the order from there.
I guess and I think we've talked before about the technology, and we limit you to one specific camera, I believe, or a specific company. Is that correct?
Yep, possibly two. I'm not sure, but that has to be approved by staff currently.
Right. The criminal record searches. Why do you want us to accept searches from other from other parties? What's
Well-
wrong with TNCs or PTCs?
Well, what's happening now is, from what I understand, is when you go through the Peel Regional Police, or it could take 120 days to get your criminal record search. So we're in a state now where we're trying to bring people back into the industry to get those cars on the road to service the customers.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very unlikely that somebody's going to wait 120 days before they start working. So
that's what the only concern is, the
well,
timeline?
That's exactly, yeah, that's a big concern.
I didn't know you could get police checks from anybody other than the police. So those other companies, is it along the same lines? Are they recognized under Peel Regional Police as credible records checks?
I can't speak for Peel Regional Police. What I can speak to is from the information I got from the city. Currently, Uber, Lyft, what these people are doing is they're using a third-party source which goes through, I believe it's Cobourg Police, and they do it and get the paperwork back.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mayor Brown?
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. And to get clarification, I don't think you're here today to debate any of these points. What you're asking for is a level playing field. So it's not whether cameras should be in taxis or Ubers. I think what you're asking us is that the same standards should apply. Would that be a fair assessment?
I would say that's pretty close, yes, absolutely.
And all the items that you raised, is there a different standard for Uber than there is for taxis?
Well, I would say yes. In most of them, there clearly is a difference, and you've heard the councillor speak of it. For example, their technology, they don't need cameras. There's clearly a difference in all of it. Like, we're forced to take our taxis in once a year, twice a year, provide paperwork, provide a safety. They don't do that. That's not being done with those guys.
Well, in that case, I will support Councillor Fortini's request to set up the taxi committee to make sure that we look into the ways to have a level playing field. And I know you've had the opportunity to sit down with a number of councillors. I had a chance to sit down with members of your industry, and we appreciate the feedback, and we'll do our best to have this looked into.
Perfect.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. And sorry, I just have a couple quick questions as well. Can you, Councilman Maduro, so I'll ask my questions and I'll go to Councilman Maduro. Can you, for the lights in the camera, so the rear emergency light and the cameras, do you know of any other municipalities that don't require them?
Mississauga doesn't require them.
So they don't require the lights or the cameras
or the
at all?
cameras. Yeah.
Thank
And
you.
from what I understand, other municipalities don't fully endorse all of this stuff. So maybe Toronto has those emergency lights, or maybe I'm not sure exactly who does what. But I can tell you, Mississauga doesn't have lights or cameras.
So what is the cost to you for the cameras, and how often do you have to replace them?
The cost of the camera to get inside the car is roughly, I'm going to say $2,000, just to get it installed, purchase to get it installed. The emergency lights could be like $250.
And so if there's a suspected crime that happens and the police requires your camera for the video footage, how long is the wait time? How do you lose any hours? How much business do you lose when the police is actually checking for them?
Well, in my experience, I haven't really, I haven't done that. I haven't had any of our guys go through that, but I know that when there are issues when it comes to the police, it does take time. For example, if we have runners people run away, most of the time the taxi industry doesn't call the police because they'll be tied up for hours.
So just
as far as the cameras go,
right.
I only know of one incident where they've actually requested that one be downloaded.
Mm-hmm. So just finally, can you just very quickly go over for a typical taxi driver, what are his costs? Because we understand that you've taken a significant hit. The industry has taken a significant hit. Just generally, what are your costs? per year or ongoing?
Well, insurance is going to be a problem now. That's pretty big. That's probably going to creep up to like $80 a day, based on the fact that the increases that are coming forward currently, that's going to scare a lot of drivers away also.
So that's 80 times 365.
Yeah, roughly. I'm going to say roughly. Yeah. Or maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe the overall cost is probably about $90 a day per car, I'll say right now. And you've really caught me off guard with that. But we pay dispatch fees, we pay insurance. Insurance is somewhere between, depending on whether you're a single driver, it's somewhere between, I'm going to say, $6,000 to $10,000 a year. Accessibles are 10 to 13. And then there's we have our supports, our call centers, which we have to contribute to, maintenance, fuel, all that good stuff.
Right. Thank you. Councilor Medeiros.
Thank you, through the chair. Just regarding the cameras, and I understand, I think the dilemma I have a little bit is on one end we're wanting to create an equal playing field, but the only concern I may have is that by providing an equal playing field, we're sort of going to lease restrictions which could compromise the safety not only of the drivers and the passengers. Again, I'm not a policing expert, but when our police force tells us they're encouraging and their recommendation is for taxis to have cameras, I kind of would listen to the experts and understand its importance. So it's almost like as we try to equal the playing field, but we're playing to the bottom of the barrel instead of raising up the expectations and trying to get them to play ball with us at a higher level. So I guess the committee I would look forward to, but that is a challenge for me to understand. Understanding that other municipalities may not require it, but as someone who's an elected representative here in Brampton, my duty is to my residents, and your safety is important to me. And I just have, how do we deal with that? And especially when we have Peel Police who put forth a recommendation that they want cameras.
Well, all I can say is, look, on one hand, the city will say that the taxi industry is an independent business. On the other hand, they're dictating what we have to do all the time. Meanwhile, they've given the keys to the kingdom to the ride-sharing companies, and it has really. I had guys on the phone crying to me on New Year's Eve. They were out for 6 hours and made $30. That has never happened on New Year's Eve. Never. So, I mean, we're not going to be able to continue to sustain our costs based on the fact that we can't get the revenue. And as far as the cameras go for the police, I understand what you're saying. I understand all about that safety stuff, but I just don't see it as being that significant. There's so many other options. There's cameras on the streets. Businesses have cameras.
And I guess through the chair, I guess that's part of the report back, because I believe there is a report back that I hope staff addresses. And if we can just confirm what Peel Police, because again, I don't want to, I'm concerned about lowering safety standards to create an equal playing field. And that compromising public safety, especially when this council talks about always supporting public safety and ensuring that we have public safety. So I just think I'd like to hear staff's opinion on it, and if we can get and just confirm what Peel Police have said on that. But I will support the motion, and I do understand the struggles that the taxi industry is just, you know, I don't know if we want to lower our standards on certain items. Thank you.
Councillor Vicente.
Mr. Ferrugia, just a quick question. Are there any legislative barriers that prevent the traditional taxi industry members from organizing and establishing a new business model that is similar to Uber or Lyft and operating under the different set of rules that you have pointed out that municipalities across the province have allowed Uber to operate under? Why not change your model? Are you able to do that if you wish to?
Well, I guess We could potentially do that, but we cannot do it currently. If we're going to be taxis, we're going to be taxis. So if the City of Brampton licensing, we've got so many regulations that we have to follow, that we have to meet. So I think if we change, we could no longer be referred to as taxis, if that makes any sense to you.
Of course it does. So is there anyone, or whether it's legislation from the municipality or the province or the federal level, that prevents traditional taxi operators like yourself, who have been very successful for a long time serving the community, from restructuring your business so that it is essentially the same as an Uber or a Lyft, and therefore you're not a taxi anymore, but you are a service provider and fall under the new rules as they have been defined as of late?
We could do that, but we would not be taxis. We would not have taxi plates. We would not have taxi licenses. We wouldn't be obligated in any way to follow the current existing rules.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Pertini.
Thank you. So to the clerk, Peter, do we have to vote on for the new committee here? How is it going to work to form a new committee?
So through you, Mr. Chair, if the procedure bylaw rules say a delegation for which there's no staff report can only be received or referred to staff unless committee wishes to, in a 2/3 vote, waive its rules to take a more substantive action, i.e. to establish a committee. So as I understand it, I understood your motion was effectively there's 4 parts. Receive the delegation, receive the correspondence from the delegation. There's additional correspondence identified as 7.4.1 on today's agenda related to taxis. Receive that and refer all of these matters back to staff for a report back to committee.
And then we could form a committee after that.
And presumably when that report comes back, it will address the merits of establishing a committee, and council can make that decision.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pertini. Councilor Williams.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Similar to home insurance, when you have a home security system, it lowers your insurance. So I'm wondering if getting rid of cameras may increase your insurance because you don't have that added security.
No, that won't make a difference for us. Our insurance that we carry is basically automobile liability. We're covered for $2 million. In the event that something may happen along those lines, that would maybe fall onto the brokerage who has commercial general liability insurance. But the insurance company is never going to cut the taxi industry any slack, I can assure you.
Okay. Thank you. So,
Seeing there's no other speakers, we do have a request to refer this back to staff. They'll come back with a report with everything that council has discussed and requested. And so I'm sure in that time, in the meantime, we can have a discussion as well with staff, yourself, and myself and Councilor Pertini as well.
Perfect.
And so we need somebody to move receipt of the delegation and the correspondence. Read it? Well, I'll get to that. 7.4.1 plus 5.1 and the referral. So you've already moved it. So all in favor of that? Carries? Thanks so much, Joe. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for your time. Have a great day.
So for the announcements, the family of former Alderman John Shadrach wasn't here. They've arrived. And as per the request of Mayor Brown, we're going to just adjust the agenda slightly and jump back to 4.1.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. And I want to welcome, we have Gordon Shadrach and his partner James Bowen here in the council chambers. And before you got here, during our announcements, we mentioned that tomorrow night at the closing of Black History Month, to celebrate the pioneer that was John Shadrach, we will be presenting the family with a street sign for John Shadrach Way in the city of Brampton. I think it's important that we honor those who have broken down barriers. And so we've got a certificate to present to you today, and the actual street sign will be available tomorrow in front of everyone that will be attending the Black History Month. But you live in a city that wants to honor the great legacy of your family and the trailblazer that was John Shadrach. So if I could ask Councillor Williams to join me as we present this to the family. And with Council's indulgence, I think it would be appropriate to hear from the family. And I'm not sure if any of the elders on Council, like Councillor Williams, might have actually served with Alderman Shadrach, if there's any stories that you want to share as well.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank everyone involved with this for this incredible honor for my family. My father and my mother both were, I think, incredibly courageous people who taught us a lot about the value of hard work and perseverance when I was growing up. They also recognized that if you want to be part of the change that we want in the world, if you want to see change in the world, you have to be part of it. And that is something that's been instilled in my head since I was a child. And I'd like to think that I've done my best to honor my parents with that. And this honor that you're giving my father is incredible to me. He was a man that was raised on a very impoverished island. He was born on an island called Dominica, and which was recently has had many problems in the last couple of years with tropical storms. And having been on that island and seeing where my father actually grew up, I can honestly say he raised himself out of a gutter. And for him to have had no idea of what a nuclear family or that concept of family, my mother as well was raised by a single mother, and together they created an incredible concept around what family was and how we can participate in our communities. And this is such an incredible legacy to show how far he actually has come. So thank you very much. I do appreciate this.
Thanks so much. And, you said, you want to, sorry, I just wanted to say that
I'm open to questions.
I just want to make a quick comment. We do have a couple of speakers, but you said be the change you want to see. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, I just didn't want to misquote you. And I think certainly he paved the way for people like myself and broke a lot of those barriers, whereas, just as not too long ago, society was a little bit different, and me growing up in the 80s as well, I never thought that I'd grow up to be a counselor, and I know that we've turned the corner in the city of Brampton and in society as a whole to really not look at color, but at the same time, there's people who broke barriers for people like me or Councillor Williams, and you see the diversity on this council as well, and so he was the change that he wanted to see, and I think this is a reflection of his hard work as well. So we wanted to thank you and your family for all the hard work that you have done. And so I'm going to pass it on to Councillor Williams, who wants to add her comments.
Thank you for coming through the snow and being here. Is it true you may be the first black baby born at Peel Memorial Hospital?
Well, Peel Memorial doesn't exist anymore, I believe.
Yeah, it's still
But yeah, the legend has been that I was most likely, I have no way of proving it, but most likely the first black baby born in Peel Memorial. My parents used to tell me how the nurses went nuts over me, as though they had never met a black baby before. And at the time, there wasn't a lot of diversity within the city. My parents moved here in 1965. I was born in 66. So there are a lot of strong ties that I feel to this community. And it's wonderful to me that people remember us and people have stepped up and spoken about what our families contributed. So
Thank you so much for being here.
thank you.
He needs a brick.
I need a what? A brick?
You need a brick from Peel Memorial Hospital.
We're not done. We got some more
I'm up for it.
speakers. Mayor Brown, Mayor Brown, are you still on the board?
No.
So, Councilor Vicente?
Ms. Shadrack, can you tell us about your mother and what she did?
Sure. Both my parents were teachers. My mother was, for most of her career, a teacher librarian with the Catholic School Board here in Brampton. And I'm so pleased to say that I know both my parents left indelible marks on the children that they touched. Growing up, seeing adults approaching my parents while I was with them in shopping malls like Shoppers World and saying, Mrs. Shadrack, you taught me. And it would be grown adults with children, and I was in high school. And I just couldn't wrap my head around the fact that they remembered her. And one of the things that stands out to me most is I recently met a woman who was doing some dog sitting for me, a young black woman, and she was in my house, and I'm also an artist. I'm a painter. I had painted a portrait of my mother, and she recognized my mother from the portrait and didn't put together that I was her son until she saw the portrait. And she said that for her, my mother was the role model that she was looking up for. Like, she said that my mother was the most dignified, classy, intelligent black woman that she had ever seen and had ever met, and she aspired to be like my mother based on her experiences with her. So it's incredible because these are things that as teachers we don't always hear, but it was incredibly moving to hear someone speak that way about my mother as well. And one of the things that I loved about both my parents was their strength, but also their understanding of how to move forward in a world that, in a way, back then was a little bit mired in sort of old-fashioned concepts. So, for example, both my parents, they had 4 boys, and you didn't see boys cooking in the 1970s, but we were all involved with cooking. We were all involved with cleaning. I would do my own laundry by the time I was 12. They were very progressive in their thinking and how they approached parenting. They were very firm because we also had to be respectable, especially in public. But they had a strength that I realize now as an adult is hard to fathom, being one of the few people like themselves in this community. I have nothing but praise for my parents, both of them equally.
Thank you for sharing that. I would just want to add that your mother was also a mother to me, because I attended St. John Fisher School in the mid 80s, and she was my librarian. And I still remember to this day all of the times that we had to go into the library and she read stories to all of us, whether it was Jacob Tutu or the Christmas Carol series. We all loved her, and she has left an indelible mark on thousands of people who grew up in Brampton, particularly in the Bramley area. And so I just want you to know that we all loved her.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now you're going to make me cry. So you kind of snuck in there with that one. You could have started off with that. All right, thank you very much.
No, we appreciate your time. There's no other speakers today, and once again, we're all very proud of your family's contribution in making Brampton what it is today. Thanks so much.
Thank you very
God
much.
bless.
Thank you.
So we're now going to move on back to the delegations, and we have 5.2, Vineet for Waha, who's representing the Flying Tippler Club of North America, and she's here in regards to request to amend Animal Control Bylaw 26193. Thank you so much, Vineet, for coming, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you all for having me. Good morning to everybody. So my name is Vineet Kawaha, as you guys already know, and I'm actually representing the Flying Tippler Club of North America. So just a little bit of a background about the club. So the club consists of members who share in the hobby of racing pigeons. The club was actually established in 2010. And the purpose of the club is as follows. So it's to foster, promote, educate, and encourage the sport of flying pigeons, to encourage the development of a member's skills in the required care, breeding, training, and flying of pigeons, to provide and maintain a meeting place where members can exchange friendship, ideas, experience, and information in order to promote true sportsmanship and love for the sport, to acknowledge wins by formally presenting members with trophies and recognition. So not only has this club grown exponentially with new members joining almost daily, but many other clubs have also formed as a direct result of the ever-growing love for racing pigeons. The purpose of this delegation today is to request that Section 13.2 of the Brampton Animal Control Bylaw be amended to accommodate all those members of various pigeon racing clubs so that they can freely pursue their passion. So Section 13.2 of the bylaw currently states that no person shall keep any pigeon except in accordance with the following rules. So except for pigeon coops as provided for in Section 14, each animal quarter shall be at least 8 meters, which is 25 feet from any dwelling, school, store, or shop, and at least 2 meters, which is 6 feet, from each boundary of the property on which it is located. So this is Animal Control Bylaw 26193. And this section was originally enacted in 1978, and it's remained the same ever since 1978. So with the city of Brampton rapidly expanding and growing both in population and residences, it becomes clear that lot sizes are getting smaller in order to accommodate the surplus of housing needed in Brampton. So we humbly request that this bylaw be amended to read as follows. And this is in front of all of you guys, a little handout. So each pigeon coop be only 10 feet away from any dwelling it is being constructed on or around, and that each pigeon coop be only 2 feet from each boundary line of the property on which it is located. So Section 13.2 of the Brampton Animal Control Bylaw has remained unchanged for over 40 years now. Clearly, the city of Brampton isn't the same as it was 40 years ago. So we are sincerely and with great hope asking that Section 13.2 be amended so that it can be relevant in the present geographics of Brampton citizens and residences. And as you guys can see, a lot of people are adversely affected by this outdated bylaw. If you look behind me, all of these people, well, this is barely anything. There are so many people, so many more people who are willing to come here today in support of getting this bylaw amended. So this is just... These are members of the Flying Tippler Club of North America, but there are so many other club members that are willing to come here and, try to delegate for this. And everybody is willing to put in their efforts to make this this much-needed amendment to Section 13.2 a reality. Thank you. And if you guys have any questions, please feel free.
How many people are here today from the club? Can you just stand up?
Can you guys raise your hands?
Quite a few, okay.
And that's literally this much of them. There were so many more who were willing to show up, but I was told the room's pretty small, so we couldn't fit everybody in here.
No, we appreciate the delegation, Vineet. So we got some people who want to ask you some questions now. So we're going to begin with Councillor Willens. Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you for coming. I've actually had some personal experience dealing with pigeon coops on another resident in my ward, in wards 2 and 6, and our staff was really, really good on working it out with them. The issue with the bylaw, of course, I've seen the pigeons in action. They're incredible birds. They're clean. They're not what everybody thinks. They're not, they're not doing their waste all over the place. They're specific to their coops. But the issue we have is proximity to other yards. It's not. The general public isn't as understanding as our staff or as the pigeon clubs are. So I'm I'll let the other speakers speak, but I think we have to refer this back to staff. We don't have a report on it, so we'll have to refer back to staff to look at it. But I'm certainly with you to try and work something out for you guys, because I've seen these pigeons in action and they're incredible.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming.
Councillor Singh with questions?
Yeah, I was gonna put the motion to refer back to
To refer
staff.
back? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions?
Well, my question was to see how many people are here, and you understand. So we're
Gotcha.
good. I'll put the motion up there.
All right, so you're gonna put the motion to refer this.
Yeah, refer this.
Refer this back. Okay.
Did you put the motion?
Oh, sorry, you moved it? Oh, gotcha. Sorry about that. So the referral's been moved, but we'll allow for more discussion.
Okay.
My apologies, Councilor Gilman. Councilor Fedini.
Thank you. Yeah, the bylaws, 1970s bylaw. It doesn't say on here, how many, like I got some friends of mine who has the same type of pigeon. How many is allowed per house?
You're actually allowed 60
Oh, 60
pigeons. That's actually in section 14 of the bylaw, but it's I didn't print the whole
You
thing
didn't
because I
print
know
it
it
out.
is easily accessible.
So that will stay the same?
Yes.
It'll stay the same? Okay.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people have concern with the amount of pigeons. It's just building these pigeon coops. Like, again, they're not just pigeons like you were saying, off the street who make a mess. These are pets. Like, you would have a dog or a cat or any sort of pet, and they are so loved. And like, I know even my dad, when he goes into the backyard, they know it's my dad. If I go into the backyard for whatever reason, which I don't because I don't like bugs, but like when I go, my dad goes, they know it's my dad. And they actually get happy. Like a dog would run up to you as soon as you would open the door. And all these pigeon owners, that's how these pigeons are to them. So they need, a nice structure to house them in. Because again, they're their pets.
And a friend of mine has them. They're very expensive. I know that. They're not like regular wild pigeons. So I just wanted to make sure that we still have the 60 pigeons inside that when it goes back to staff.
Yes.
So, thank you.
Councilor Williams.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Do you have like a number of all individuals who want to see this happen? Have you considered doing a petition or to collect a number of signatures?
We've already started working on a petition. We already have about 50 signatures, and it's actively being passed around even as we speak.
Okay.
Honestly, the numbers could run in the hundreds. Like, I'm sure we could get that many signatures and contacts. So
It would be helpful to know a cumulative number of how many people actually want to see this.
Sure, I can definitely get that to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just have one quick question, for staff. Are there any, like, for example, we have dog parks. Are there any designated areas where somebody could fly pigeons?
I can sort of answer.
Oh, do you know that
You
answer?
guys don't
Sorry,
mind?
I think
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, there aren't designated spots. The thing is that the pigeons fly, but what she's trying to address is where they're kept, which is the coop on the residential property.
all right. So I'm just trying to understand when you want to store the pigeons, that's not where you actually partake in the flying, the sport of pigeons.
No, so where the pigeons are kept, in most cases than not, they're kept in the backyard, so in a shed-like place, right?
Right.
So they're kept there, but they are set out to sort of train during the day. This happens more in the summertime. So they're let out at certain times and they're expected back at a certain time. But those are all the training techniques that the members of the club are familiar with, and that's what they work with.
Right.
But when it comes to flying, then there's actual permits and everything that they get from like parks and that sort of thing, because obviously you can't let that many pigeons fly out from one residence, right?
Okay. So the reason I just want to know if this was, sorry guys, we're almost done here now. I just wanted to know if this is, you just want this is just to house them.
It is the housing.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
it's just.
Is that an opportunity to go to one? I think there's a tournament this year. So that's what I was trying to distinguish if you guys actually do the sport at home or is it somewhere else. And so, but there was a number of members there, and I thought it was a good outing. And so, so there is a referral. We appreciate your time here today. And so it's been referred by Councilor Willens. All in favor? Carries. Sorry, Rick, you wanted to...
I appreciate that. Through you, Chair, I would just like to speak to the referral back to staff to make a note to council that there are also provisions within the zoning bylaw that regulate the location of these structures. So when providing direction back to staff to report on this, we should also be considering provisions within the zoning bylaw that apply to these pigeon coops as well.
You okay with that? Yeah, you want to get up?
Yeah, I would expect that report to come in there too, because we've got to worry about other things that aren't pigeon coops, sheds and outbuildings and chickens. So, no, but yeah, I would expect that in the report for sure.
All right. So, Vinny, thanks so much for coming
Thank
today.
you so much for having me. Thank you.
Yeah, it's okay. You can have a seat. Thanks.
Thank you.
So, the vote was taken, but we can still get questions for clarification, right, from staff?
No, if we're done, unless you want to reopen that. Just go back to
So I'll allow it. Don't worry. You can ask a question.
Law, you're talking about the size of the structure?
Through you, Chair, the bylaw also regulates the location, proximity to property line, and to the dwelling. So we'll have to consider it holistically if we want to have consistency between the animal control bylaw and the zoning bylaw.
And it also considers the size of the shed, where the pigeons
Correct.
are, right?
Correct.
Okay, that's all.
All right. Thanks so much. And so that concludes the delegation portion. So we're now going to move on to economic development. And so we got 6.11. And it's a presentation in regards to the sponsorship strategy.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I'm Tara Hunter, the manager for sponsorship and corporate development, and behind me is my team, Mike Miele, our sales guru, and sponsorship assistant, Lily Beth Pollock. So we're excited to be here today to speak with you about what we have and will continue to be working on when it comes to bringing new non-tax revenue to the city. I'd like to begin by showing a brief promo reel that we've put together for the purpose of introductory sales meetings with clients for pitching sponsorship opportunities. So sponsorship is about creating a mutually beneficial agreement where the sponsor is receiving marketing benefit in exchange for providing cash or in-kind goods or services. So you can think about it in terms of a triple win. So there's the city, there's the sponsor, and there's the residents of Brampton. This is fundamentally different. Next slide. Oh, I've got it. Sorry. Oh, rookie mistake. Okay, so sponsorship is fundamentally different than advertising. So advertising is where the advertiser is paying money for their message to be seen. There is no implied association. So with sponsorship, it is about creating this relationship. Advertising is very transactional, one way. The main purpose for today's update is really to talk about, oh, now I'm ahead of myself, changes to the existing sponsorship policy. The existing policy doesn't have a wide enough scope so it doesn't include naming rights or city amenities. And these are two areas where there's quite a lot of lucrative opportunities for sponsorship. And so we have updated the policy to include both of these components. Also new is this idea of approaching sponsorship from a citywide perspective. And so the policy reflects kind of the citywide approach, and we have a new sponsorship advisory working group. So that is acknowledged within the policy, as well as some changes to delegated authority to staff to allow for the quick or more expedient closure of agreements. Now, when it comes to naming rights within the policy, there is, because there isn't any naming rights, we have added it, and this has been done in lockstep with a new city asset naming policy, which will be presented following this update. And really what it is asking is that there is required council approval to sell naming rights. Additionally, council approval is required on any naming rights final agreement, but we do require approval on what we can sell when it comes to exterior naming rights. So this is the short list that we have put together for this purpose. It is important to know what we have to sell. And so this is the short list that would give us the ability to go out and market the opportunity. This list was created based on looking at what assets do the city have that doesn't have a commemorative name. So these are all administrative names. They have all been evaluated for a valuation that was done back in 2015 by an independent third party. So we do have a baseline valuation for beginning negotiations around an agreement. And then they all have some sponsor appeal to them. This is not to say that an asset that is not on the list would not be eligible for naming rights. In that case, if we do have a sponsor who is interested in naming a building that isn't listed, we would be coming back to council with a report requesting approval to engage in negotiations for naming rights. So this is a preliminary list that allows us to begin to market and gain exposure to the business community around naming rights. In terms of looking ahead to where we will develop and grow the sponsorship program, we're focused in 5 areas. So that's community events, naming rights, business-to-business connections. So that's really the Brampton Entrepreneurs Center and some economic development trade-type events that would be hosted by the city. And then, of course, performing arts and naming rights, if I've already said that, and parks and recreation. So we have been working on updating a web page within the Brampton.ca website to begin to promote and create more awareness for a citywide sponsorship program. So these 5 areas will be clearly communicated to potential sponsors on the website. If you're able to scroll up a little bit, our sponsorship video will be playing there, and then you can see these 5 areas can be easily clicked into, and we will have more information about individual opportunities within each. Over time, we will look for creative ways to add inventory to sponsorship to ensure we always have a compelling sales proposition to the business community. However, with the recommended approval to the updated sponsorship policy, we're well poised for the next 5 years. Now, I started off the presentation by kind of differentiating between advertising and sponsorship, and so I'll briefly touch on where we'd like to go with advertising. So today the city has a mature advertising program for transit. There's advertising available through the Recreation Guide and through the Seniors Guide. We're actually going out to RFP for rink board, third-party advertising in arenas. Where there is opportunity for development is in digital advertising. And so we'll be looking at developing a citywide digital advertising strategy to really drive this untapped opportunity for non-tax revenue. Digital advertising is a bit more of a transformative experience to the individual when they're in the space of the screen. And so it is important to understand and accept that with advertising, that is changing potentially the image and the experience that you're having in a space where that screen is. So the scope that we will be looking at for developing this citywide digital advertising strategy is citywide and looking at the dual functionality between the advertising opportunity for revenue and the need for city messaging. And so that's what's really great on the digital side is the ease and ability to incorporate city messaging. So we'll be looking at how those two can be achieved together. So I thank you, and I turn it back to the chair for questions.
Thank you, Tara. So we have a couple of speakers. Councillor Willen.
Thank you. Just briefly, thank you very much for bringing this forward. I believe it was, Councillor Bowman's not here, but I believe it was Councillor Bowman that brought this forward back a number of years ago, that we should look at some of our buildings and assets that we have, and this is an excellent, was it you? Well, sorry, it was Councillor Pelleshi, I guess. But it's an excellent report, and I look forward to seeing. I know that Mike's been out there working hard and has gotten some significant sponsors the last number of months, but I'll leave the next question to Councillor Pelleshi because I think I know what he's going to ask. Thanks.
Thank you, and move to Councillor Pelleshi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is fantastic. This is really exciting. Your team is newly formed. At the request of, I think, council and staff really saw the need for the opportunity and what we were kind of lacking over the number of years, and hearing that other municipalities are bringing in a lot of dollars to their municipalities for something that we're kind of just starting out now. But I think the numbers that are here and the numbers that were started off in 2018, really when you started to get going, were fantastic beginner numbers. And I look forward to the years to come and the work that you guys are going to be putting in to bring more money to the city of Brampton. And I'm really excited for this, and I congratulations to you and to your team. You guys are doing an excellent job. Now get back to work.
Thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through you, Chair. This is really exciting. I do see here the next steps is to hire a consulting firm. Is there a cost to that, hiring an outside consulting firm to do the digital advertising?
So there is, and so it will be, as a next step, forming a internal city kind of working group to understand what the next step should be, and whether that is required is yet to be determined.
Okay. Is there a cost to that? Because it says there's no financial implications, but for hiring somebody, how much are we looking at for hiring a consulting
It would need
company?
to be within budget that has been already set.
Allocated? Oh, okay.
Allocated, yes.
All right.
Yeah. And it would depend, so the cost will depend on the scope that we end up kind of identifying is needed.
Is needed. Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Pelleshi.
I was just going to move receipt of the staff report, the staff presentation, and the report item 6.2.1, and the recommendations in that report. But now there's other councillors on the board.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, I just had a question, a clarification. So looking at slide 6.1.1-4, I see the council approval required for those assets. Do we also explore the option of theaters in here in the city of Brampton as potential assets that could be leveraged in the strategy? Because I don't see them on this list. Or unless I'm missing. No, they're not on here.
So, correct. They are certainly within scope. So, for example, Rose Theatre.
Yeah.
That has not been identified as the short list of what we want to promote as a naming rights opportunity within the city at this time, based on trying to make sure that there's as minimal controversy or questions or emotion that could be created as a result of trying to go after corporate naming rights. So this list is really focused on sort of the administrative names that would have sponsor appeal and generate potentially very minimal controversy over a potential name change. If we have a sponsor who's specifically interested in renaming the Rose Theatre, we would absolutely be coming to council with a report with a recommendation to approve that we can sell and enter into that conversation of selling naming rights of that property.
Yeah, and I guess that's the path I was trying to go down, as long as we're open to it.
Absolutely,
That's
yes.
what I was
Yeah, and really, a lot is on the table,
Yeah.
and so because there is so much,
Yeah.
to be effective, we do need to target.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
Councilor Santos.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I was waiting to comment for the report section. So through you, Chair, I'll just add to the comments about Rose Theatre. Studio 2 is kind of just bleh. So there's an opportunity there, at least within the theater, to rename Studio 2. The other question I had is in regards to Report 6.2 on naming of the assets themselves. There's a piece there about commemorative names and protecting those commemorative names. What I will share is that we have a large number of assets that are named after various people. And I'm going to put out there, for example, and I know we're trying to avoid the heated topic of changing names. So I will preamble by saying that we have grown as a city in a diverse community with different names of significant people. We remembered one today and named one today. But Lester B. Pearson Theatre is an opportunity for us to showcase new artists in Brampton who are more diverse in nature. And to Councillor Singh's point, Lester B. Pearson has an entire airport named after them.
Just to step in, that's the next item.
No, Councillor Paleshi put it forward. Oh, 6.2.2. You put both of them on, didn't you? Just 6.1? And the presentation.
Yeah.
I'll wait for the. Sorry, I got confused.
That's okay. And so no other speakers. I just have a quick question for you. Will the funds collected typically, do they stay within the division that the sponsorship is involved in?
Through the chair, yes. So with sponsorship, because it does involve work of city staff to help execute, it is important that they are seeing kind of the fruits of their labor in a way. So the revenue will go back to the department. It should not impact operating budget.
Is there usually some condition or stipulation involved that the money has to be allocated somewhere in particular, or is it just cash that's
No,
on
it
there?
is there. Sorry, through the chair. There is no sort of stipulation. And looking at how other municipalities are doing it, there isn't sort of everyone sort of is doing it slightly different. But best practice is to keep the revenue in the department.
Perfect. So we got one final speaker, Councillor Vicente.
Just on a thought following Councillor Dillon's remarks, does council have the ability to make a decision and direct where those funds would go if we choose to? For example, if we wanted to endorse this plan and move forward on this program and it generates revenue, could we decide to direct those funds, say, to arts and culture?
If I may, through the chair, the answer, Councillor Vicente, is yes. Our intent is to put the funds to maintain them in the operating department from which they were generated. However, if council direction is to allocate those funds to arts and culture, that could be done.
Thank you.
So there's no other speakers, and the presentation and the report have been moved. So 6.2.1 and 6.11 have been moved by Councillor Paleshi. All in favor? Carries. Thanks so much. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
So now we're at 6.2.2, which is the new asset naming policy. We have no speakers. Anybody just joking? Councillor Santos.
So in continuation to what I was saying through you, Chair, Lester B. Pearson for theater, for example, Lester B. Pearson has an entire airport dedicated to that person. It would be really great, as per recommended by Councillor Singh, to acknowledge some of our recent talent and artists, such as the poet Rupi Kaur. And I think Councillor Singh is super excited about that opportunity. So my issue is that if we pass this as is, how much flexibility do we have to change some of those commemorative names to reflect more of the diversity of our city?
Through the chair, again, it's the will of council to make those changes. What in terms of the naming rights of the preliminary portfolio, these were, as Tara was indicating, an easy list to come up with generic names that allowed her team to go out to sell, and that we would come back to council for approval for any of those sponsorship opportunities. But beyond that list, we are open to those opportunities.
Councillor Willens.
Thank you, and just quickly, thank you, Councillor Santos, for bringing that up. Good report. Who did this? You did this, Al. Did Al do this report? Natalie did the report. Well, good report anyway. Based on the interjurisdictional, whatever that word is, research, preference be given to names retired or deceased individuals to minimize controversy. That is actually a good point. Asset namings should reflect legacy of outstanding individuals that use commemorative of individuals' death, and not use, rather than using a commemorative individual's death. That's important as well, and that sort of ties along with what Councillor Santos is saying. Lester B. Pearson, he's a pretty famous guy, but what did he do in Brampton for us? So, but I don't want to take away from people that have other, either past politicians or past people that have done significant things in Brampton. But I don't want to just because somebody's passed away, start naming names after people, because a lot of people pass away. We can't we can't pull at people's heartstrings. Is what I'm trying to say. So these are good points on here, and I support the report for sure. Thanks.
Councillor Singh.
Yeah, sure. Just for clarity, it was just an idea being proposed through actually a lot of artists in the community, and the reason why Lester B. Pearson was being brought up is because it's timely right now, and that is going under renovations, and it would be if there's an opportunity for a meaningful rebranding exercise, it's now. And I understand how expensive rebranding is, so just for something for staff to consider. And we could continue this discussion at a later point for sure.
No, the speakers. I got a quick question. So, is there any? Who am I speaking to? Al? All right. Is there? Do we keep track of the park names? So, two questions. When we build a subdivision, who's naming the streets and the parks? And number two is there? Do we keep track of any? Do we, measure any significance to these names?
I found something on the web about doing.
Sorry.
I believe Siri's going to answer the question.
I asked you, not Siri. I got to turn this off. So, not to Siri, to staff.
Okay. To you, Chair. We do have a street naming committee that is comprised of the municipalities in the region of Peel. Street names are presented through that committee, and of course we try to avoid confusion between the adjoining municipalities for emergency service response reasons and things like that. So the street naming is done essentially through that committee to identify a list of available names that then become available to each municipality for use in upcoming developments. When we look at those street names, we're looking a year, sometimes 2 years in advance to subdivisions or developments that are coming down the road, and we identify those names for use in those developments. I don't know that I can intelligently answer the question with respect to park naming. I don't know. Al, are you able to shed any light on that?
So the city names it, the developer doesn't name the streets, essentially, though?
There are times that the developer can propose names that are available from that list to choose from, but certainly the city also has equal opportunity to have input into what those names are.
Because, we and I'm very proud of this council that I think it was a couple of years ago, the new Springdale Library, we named it Komagata Maru Park, which has a lot of significance to not only a lot of Bramptonians, but to Canada as a whole. And so with the fact that the Springdale Library was a cultural hub, it's very fitting, well received, very well received by the community. And so Komagata Maru, if you don't know, was a ship that came in the early 1900s. It was turned away back to India. And a lot of those people were killed. And so when they got back, because they were fleeing, and the significance is that Komagata Maru was a ship, and they were coming to Canada, and they saw Canada as that beacon of light, of that beacon of hope. And so that falls in line with what Springdale Library is. And so the council made a unanimous decision that was excellent. But I'm looking around at some parks, and you would like to think that there's really a lot of significance to the names, or that this person is, well known in Brampton. So just for the information of council, like driving with my assistant one day past the park. I won't name the park, but we can have some discussions later. And it's one of his buddies, and one of his buddies was the son of a developer. And so the developer wanted to name the park after his son. And so just to let you know, there's not always great significance. So if there's an opportunity for us to actually change the name of a park, unless we can really establish that there's a true meaning to the name, if that's something we want to do down the road, I think that's something that those options should be available. And as well, one of the developers wanted to name a park after their daughter who passed away, unfortunately. And so, which is why I kind of wanted to figure out is if the naming is done, solely by the developer or if it's with the city. But I guess it's a combination. But going forward, I think, these are some really great ideas, having Rupi Kaur or anybody else who's really done a lot for the city. And so, Councilor Willens, you're back on the board for the second time.
Okay. Just to add to Councilor Dillon, staff does do a good job. A number of years ago, there's a park that our family adopted, and I inquired about the name. It's called Holmes Channel along McLaughlin Road, and it turns out staff got back to me. I wasn't even on council at that time, because staff got back to me, and Holmes was actually the first councillor sat on the City of Brampton Council from that area. So there was significant backlog. So staff does do a good thing, but I understand what you're saying as well, too.
Yeah, no, staff does an excellent job, but what I was getting at was that, it'd be pretty cool going forward if that there's a certain area or, certain park that, whose name doesn't necessarily reflect doesn't have great meaning to it. We could name it after somebody or something that's significant to Brampton. So, Councilor Singh's back on board.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question of clarification. Who's on this committee? Is it just staff only, or?
Through you, Chair. There are staff from the various municipalities and the region that are on this committee.
Okay.
On the street naming committee.
Okay. And is council able to submit potentially names they think that might be appropriate as well for consideration by the committee?
Through you, Chair, most certainly we could bring names forward on your behalf to the committee, absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Did anybody move this yet?
Pardon?
Does anybody want to move it? All right, Councillor Willens has moved 6.2.2. All in favor? Carries. Do we have any other new business? No. Okay, so there was there's no update for innovation and post-secondary matters. There's no correspondence. Councillor's question period. No questions? Public question period. Anybody in the public have questions? None? So we're going to move on to, that concludes economic development, and so we're going to move on to the corporate services section. Take a 5-minute break? Yeah, we'll take a, does everybody want to take a break or? Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break.
The corporate services section. 7.1 staff presentation, seeing none. Moving on to reports. 7.2.1 purchasing activity quarterly report, third and fourth quarter 2018 was in consent. 7.2.2 report on the request for limited use of city intellectual property from Pomerleau Inc. was also in consent. And moving on to 7.2.3, which is a staff report regarding the City of Brampton response to proposed changes to the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe 2017. Do we have a report on this from staff? Do they wish to make any comments? Seeing no. Yes, but I'm just asking staff if they wish to say anything.
Through your chair, we don't have any presentation, but we're more than happy to answer questions that council may have.
Okay, it sounds good, and I will open up the floor to councillors. Seeing Councillor Santos, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I'm just finding my notes. Okay, so 7.2.3-4 on the current GP 2017 intensification targets. I know that there was comments about keeping the phased approach versus the amendment number 1 by 2041. I'm just curious as to, I'm just going to ask, how are we doing in terms of reaching that 40% target by 2022? And can you just explain essentially where we're at right now and how far we are to reach that 40% target, just because 2022 is it's just around the corner.
Through you, Chair, I'd like to introduce Bashar. He's the author of the reports, and he'll be able to respond to a few of the questions.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair. The targets are actually regional. They're not municipal.
Okay.
I just wanted to clarify that. And the specific municipal targets are yet to be defined by the region at this point. It's likely that the targets would be higher for cities like Mississauga, whereas for Caledon would be much lower than Brampton, for example, in terms of intensification. Having said that, at this stage, we don't, to be honest with you, we don't really have a clear understanding of our position in terms of meeting those intensification targets. But part of the reason why the province has asked for this amendment is because a lot of municipalities are not able to reach the intensification targets, and so the intent of these amendments is to make them more doable, more flexible, and to allow for municipalities not only to have the opportunity to push for lower targets if they cannot meet the targets, but also to get feedback from the municipalities through this exercise on what policies need to change to make them more doable, to cater to the different characteristics of the different municipalities. So I don't know if that really answers your question, but the short answer is the intensification targets are yet to be defined specifically to the City of Brampton at this stage, and there isn't a clear picture of where we stand at the moment in terms of our intensification targets.
Thank you. So I guess we'll just ask the region where we're at, the planning team at the region. And maybe Councillor Paleshi has some words about that as well. My next question is about the major transit station areas and density targets in advance of the MCR.
Yes.
And this question is very specific. It's not new to the planning team because Councillor Vicente and I bring it up a lot. It's in regards to parking requirements of dense developments around transit areas and consideration to changing some of those parking requirements if a high density unit is developed near transit to encourage people to take transit and other means of transportation. And that is all for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we will have a greater discussion tomorrow at the region, and there's many delegations that we'll be hearing from as well. And a lot of the changes I find have to do with smaller rural municipalities, and not so much, the city of Brampton with our boundary expansions. One of the questions I did have, though, and they're provincially significant employment zones, and I'm not sure why we don't have more dialogue in terms of the questions that we're asking for those zones to be identified in Brampton. There's not much right now in terms of I think it was 25 zones spread across the southern Ontario, and not much of that happens to be in Brampton. And I'd like to see more discussion specifically around the Mount Pleasant and Heritage Heights areas that should have some more highlighted zones of employment. Can you comment on that at all?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair. First of all, the racially significant economic zones, which I'll just refer to as PSEZs, they are sort of an add-on to these growth plan amendments. They're something that the province have come up with sort of as a separate regulation as part of this exercise. Having said that, there's a criteria on how they define these zones, so they have to be close to major transit routes and highways. They have to be mainly industrial in nature with large existing lots that can accommodate to support industrial uses such as warehousing, logistics. So there is a criteria that they apply to determine the PSEZs. Having said that, and notwithstanding that, we do have concerns on what lands they've added and what lands they did not add. And we've made comments on those. We've provided some examples of areas that we think should be added and some examples of lands that should be removed in our comments. But our overarching statement to the province and our official response is that we need a mechanism to refine those boundaries, which they don't have and they haven't clarified. And so at the moment, there is no mechanism on how we go back and forth with them to tell them these are the boundaries that we want beyond this exercise, because this is going to take a long exercise. This is going to take, a long time to refine. So we made that comment. We did give some examples, and we hope that they'll come back and clarify some of the mechanism. We still don't know what rules they want for these PSEZs. They've kept it vague on purpose, and they've said that to us. The only thing that we can tell at the moment, the difference between PSEZs versus other employment lands, is that in other employment lands, we can convert them to non-employment uses before an MCR, whereas these ones have more protection, and they will require an MCR to be converted. That's the only difference we can tell. But other than that, it's quite vague, and we're trying to clarify with them what mechanism there is to refine the boundaries and the policies that apply to those lands.
I guess that's was part of my issue, was that it is so vague, and I've seen that I've seen the recommendations and support 100%. I'm always inclined to push for more and maybe take a little bit less to achieve what we want for the city of Brampton. So maybe I'd be happy to sit down and chat with you a little bit more.
Sure.
And then as this goes forward, there was a comment in here about providing information to council as needed, but I think that we need to continue to have that dialogue open and kind of ongoing, if that's that's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pleshy. Councillor Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So essentially what this is, need some clarification.
Sure.
What this is saying is that the area density for Peel Region is going to 60 residents and jobs per hectare, down from 80. Is that correct? Which it was formerly 80.
Yes.
I hope I'm not jumping all over the place now. So how does that affect our future planning, for example, in our remaining Greenfields, Heritage Heights? Does that have any impact or effect at all?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair. In terms of the density targets, these are the minimums.
Minimums, okay.
These are the minimums, and we can always go higher. And in fact, in our assessment, not necessarily with Heritage Heights, but in other areas where we would like to support transit-oriented development, the density target of 60 might be too low to
Right.
justify transit servicing. So we'll have to look at how that applies. And again, this will have to come from the province first and then through the region down to us. And then we'll have to see how that sits in the various areas and how we can conform to these targets. But these are minimum targets. The current existing is 80, which is currently applicable for all of Ontario as per the current growth plan. And these will have to be set and determined by the region once they go through their conformity exercise to see how that impacts the city specifically.
Right, and so we've the provincially significant employment zones, you need an MCR.
Correct.
Any other
To
employment
convert.
land is we don't need an MCR.
You can do them prior to an MCR in one shot. So you have a window of one time only that you can convert employment lands outside of provincially significant employment zones for non-employment purposes.
What do you mean one shot, sorry?
So what the province has now included in their amendment, previously any conversion to employment lands, previously, or the current state is, you'll have to do an MCR to convert.
Right.
So now with these amendments, the municipalities, will have the opportunity to convert employment lands outside of the PSEZs, one time only, to non-employment uses. So you put in a request to the province that you want these lands to be converted to non-employment.
So you mean like one group?
Yes,
Or is it just-
anything within the city's boundaries. So you do one submission to the
Okay,
province.
so one submission, but
Correct.
you can't convert anything else
You can't keep
after that.
adding new lands
Gotcha.
to it. Yeah.
And so the maps weren't really clear. I just want to confirm the area that was previously converted through an MCR. There was a parcel of land between 50 and Gore on Queen Street. I think that, can you confirm if that falls in the PSEZ?
That does fall in the PSEZ, and we've requested it in our comment, or we will request in our comments to remove that.
Right.
So we have, I think, 5 parcels of land currently within the PSEZs that have gone through an MCR and through council decision were approved for conversion. That should be removed, even though they're under appeal, but they should be removed.
So can you tell me the status of the appeal? Because from what I understand,
we're still waiting a decision on
so
that.
how does that affect its status as a PSEZ?
At the moment, we don't know, but we have requested from the ministry that they be removed from a PSEZ until the appeal decision is made.
So, in terms of the province's perspective, were they aware that this was already... Actually, I'm going to reverse a little. Is this officially converted? Or because it's under appeal, it hasn't been converted yet, that parcel of land?
Technically, we have to wait for the decision.
So it's not converted yet?
It's approved by council for conversion, but yeah.
So from the perspective of the province, they specifically designated this as a provincially significant employment zone. Were they aware that council had made this decision or that it's under appeal? And why would they do it if they did know?
Yeah, fair point. I think one of the things we clarified with the province when we had our roundtable with them was that how did they determine the PSEZs? And they basically said that they used 2013 mapping. So it's already an outdated map that they've used to determine it, and that they were conscious of the fact that there were some lands that would be included, some lands would not be included, and that's the type of feedback they want from the city.
Right. So when we converted this land, It was previous to this council's decision to move up to 40%. So we were at 32.9% with the intention of moving to 37% activity rate. So essentially it's 37 jobs to 100. And so the rationale from staff to convert was that we're going to be meeting our employment numbers anyways. But 2 weeks later, we increased to 40%. And so it wouldn't have met the criteria to convert. So what I'm saying is that when we made the decision, I think there was, in that particular area, which was originally employment, that there should be like 826 jobs, I think is per hectare or per the whole area. And the developer came along and said, we can satisfy that number within 3 acres. But, I had argued at that time, listen, we can have 826 jobs within those 3 acres. Let's work on the rest of the 41 acres and get even more jobs. If you take a look at that location, it's pretty, it's a pretty strategic location. It's off Highway 50, it's off Highway 7, major roads. It's near 427, 407, Highway 400, 409, etc., all the 400 series highways. It's right near Vaughan, Mississauga, Brampton, Toronto. It corners all of those cities. So I'm sure there's a good reason why it was put under a PSEZ. So what I want to do is, I want to, if you go to 7.2.3-11, where it says, the City of Brampton notes that the Brampton City Council approved on, actually I just got confirmation from you first. On 7.2.3-11, the second bullet point, City of Brampton notes that Brampton City Council approved on April 27 a number of employment land conversions through a formal MCR process, yada, yada, yada. Does the area land that I'm talking about fall under this?
It does fall under this. The date is actually incorrect. We'll have to correct it. It's April 26, 2017, but yes, it falls under that resolution.
So I want to move a motion to have this particular bullet point removed from the comments that we're sending. And I'll ask, I'm requesting I put this forth through you.
All right, so I'll let Councillor Fertini have his comments, and we'll discuss your motion. Okay? Councillor Fertini.
Thank you, through the chair. Just going back to Councillor Dillon, I understand what he's trying to say. If it wasn't for the appeal, we actually already approved all these lands, right? Am I correct? So the appeal was not done through us as a city, it was done through another landowner's group.
Correct.
So this partial should not, as we did all that work in the 2017, and all 5, they should actually carry on. It has nothing to do with this new thing coming with the province tomorrow.
If I may, through you, Chair, that's correct, Councillor Fortini. And the other thing to consider, and I just want to bring to Councillor Dillon's point, is that this potentially affects several properties across the city of Brampton, not just the one identified in that corridor.
And that was, so go ahead, sorry.
That's right. So you're right. If the MCRs that were completed weren't under appeal, it would be done and over with. The mapping that the province used does not reflect any of those properties that went through the MCR process, and so their mapping reflects what, as Bashar has mentioned, was in effect back in 2013.
Yeah. So if it wasn't for the appeal, they would have been shovel ready. They would have started already digging it up. So if it's not only for this one, that means if we move one, we have to move all 5 partials. Am I correct? Under this review?
As through you, Chair, as the motion stands, it would it's not identifying a specific parcel. It's removing the bullet that addresses all of the parcels which
all
went
the
through
parcels,
that MCR
yeah.
process.
So they worked hard on this, everyone. So it was approved in 2017, MCR report, and I remember that. And if it wasn't for the appeal of another group, they would have been starting digging already on the condos and the industrial and whatever, and the job. And I think they met more than the jobs 800. It was 1,200 and something jobs that was part of the plan at the time. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so those were just comments that you had about the report. I'll let you speak. So we had a motion requested by Councillor Dillon. Do we have that on the? Can we get that? Almost. Okay. But we'll talk about the motion now. Thank you.
If you want to, so maybe the motion was a little bit vague, but I want to be specific to that parcel of land. And I know Councillor Fatini has mentioned that we'd already be digging, but I think that's our good luck that there was an appeal. This is a very, very important piece of land, and I think it could add valuable jobs to the city of Brampton. And so I think it's important that we remove, if you want to remove that specific portion, Councillor Fortini, we can move that specific portion of it and we can leave the rest. But I think if we're talking about creating jobs here, I think if you're talking about the east end of Brampton, giving us opportunity to have jobs, where we only have 5% of all business in Brampton is there, I think it's going to add, it's going to be very valuable to have that land, and I think a lot of potential there. So within, I don't know how you want to word it, Peter, but that particular piece of land that I'm speaking about between 44 acre parcel between Highway 50 and Gore on Queen Street, remove that specific one from these comments.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I think we need to be very specific if we're getting to property-based exemptions, and perhaps planning staff will have to assist, because I know there's a number of properties and areas that are identified in the report numerically.
So I'll leave it as is then. I'll leave it as is.
Okay.
I think it accomplishes the same thing.
So through you, Mr. Chair, on the screen, as we understand your motion, is to essentially adopt the staff recommendations, and then at the bottom, starting in yellow, is you're amending effectively recommendation 3, which is Appendix A, to remove that specific bullet.
Correct. So we're not going to have those comments submitted to the province. And just to clarify, these comments that are in here right now in 7.2.3-11, the second bullet point is requesting that that parcel of land and the related parcels that were in that specific MCR be removed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is there any other portion in this report that also mentions this, or is this the only time?
This is it's mentioned here in this appendix, and yeah, sorry, that is the only, and the map, of course.
Okay, so that's fine. So, and I just want to clarify again how important this piece of land is for job creation in the city of Brampton.
Point of order has been requested. Yeah.
I really think we're dabbling here and we're talking about something that's
Okay, so I'm gonna.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah. So
Motion
I'm
stands.
gonna. You've said your points. Your point of order has been accepted. We'll let staff have comments, and then I'll continue on to the speakers list. Okay. Okay, and Councilor Fortini, you're next. Yep.
Thank you. The motion on the floor may be inconsistent with direction given to staff in litigation, and I would suggest that committee consider going into closed session for legal advice and on a litigation matter in order to take advice on what direction was given in litigation, so that council is in a position, or committee is in a position to know how to deal with the motion now before you.
So it has been suggested by the city solicitor that we enter in closed session. Could I?
So if I may I comment?
They've requested closed session, so maybe we should stop commenting.
No, but just
go
we
into
can
session.
we can go into closed, but just to
I'm gonna say we go into close.
It's just one quick
No, I'm gonna
comment
say we go
requested.
into close. Can we get a motion for closed session to continue these discussions?
So, through you, Mr. Chair, so the proper
But
motion would be to move into closed session to deal with a matter that deals with litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and it would be up to committee to decide if they wish to go into close now or to do it at some other point. But I think the city solicitor wishes to speak.
And also a matter of solicitor-client advice.
Okay. So that motion to go into closed session, I'm going to put that forward. Can I see all those that are now? I'm okay with that. Let's do both. Let's vote on both. Is that okay? So adding your item and then going into closed session now.
So,
Yeah. Sure. Sure. Okay. So we'll go into closed session for both items. Can I get a show of hands of those who agree? Okay. We're going into closed session. No? Yeah.
You're not using it for email or anything?
No.
Okay. Okay, I'll mention that to the chair, and Okay, so
it's going to
your
try my
personal or
work,
other
so-
municipal?
Yeah, my cousin's wife had surgery, so I'm gonna look
okay.
closer to that.
Okay, so after...
After lunch, she wants to
Okay.
drive along, so she doesn't want to drive now.
Okay, thank you for letting us know. So I'm going ahead and I'm scheduling those citizen interviews. Okay. 2 days and a third day if necessary. Okay.
All right, so we went into closed session on 2 items. Things were discussed and no direction was given. So we have a motion by Councillor Dillon, and we were going to go straight to a vote. Okay, so can we see the motion? Okay, so we have the motion in front of us. Has everybody had an opportunity to read it? And a recorded vote has been requested. Okay. All those in favor?
So through you, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, are we doing a recorded vote on the whole balance, which is the staff recommendations with the amendment, or just the amendment? So recorded vote's been requested on Councillor Dillon's amendment. All in favor of the amendment, please stand to be counted. Showing in favor is Councillor Dillon. All opposed to the amendment, please stand to be counted. Showing opposed is Councillor Santos, Councillor Vicente, Councillor Willens, Councillor Paleshi, Councillor Bowman, Chair Singh, Councillor Medeiros, Councillor Williams, Councillor Fortini, and Mayor Brown. Mr. Chair, that motion loses 1 to 10.
All right, thank you. So moving on to 7.3. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Apologies. No, we're gonna. So yeah, we have. We need to receive the report, and there are 4 recommendations that we need to endorse. Can we have a recorded vote on these? Okay, on these recommendations and receipt of the report.
All in favor of the staff recommendations as shown on the screen, please stand to be counted. Showing in favor of the staff recommendations is Councillor Santos, Councillor Vicente, Councillor Willens, Councillor Paleshi, Councillor Bowman, Chair Singh, Councillor Medeiros, Councillor Williams, Councillor Fortini, Mayor Brown. All opposed, please stand to be counted. Showing as opposed is Councillor Dillon. Mr. Chair, the staff recommendations carry 10 to 1.
All right, thank you. So moving on to 7.3, other and new business. 7.3.1, we have a discussion at the request of Mayor Brown on the honorary City of Brampton Parade Commander Henry F. Verschuren, CD, Parade Commander, Royal Canadian Legion, Branch 15. Mayor Brown, I give you the floor. Okay. You want to you don't have to read the whereas, but the therefore. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we have. Are you requesting call to? Okay. Okay. Do you have if nobody wants to speak to this? Okay. We have. Okay. I don't think we need a seconder. Okay. So all those in favor of the motion? Okay. All those against? Okay. It carries. Thank you. So 7.4.1 was received in part of the delegation and 5.1. Moving on to Councillor's question period.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. In regard to the item on the Greater Golden Horseshoe Growth Plan, there was correspondence 7.4.2 that was distributed at your desk, so it's here for receipt.
Yeah.
Should be a motion to receive.
Yeah. Do I have a motion? We have Councillor Bowman. All those in favor? All right, thank you. And we were on 7.4.1, which was received part of Joe's delegation at 5.1. Councilors, question period. Do any councilors have any questions? Seeing none. Public question period. Seeing none. I will pass it on to Councilor Vicente. Okay, we've had a motion to break for lunch. All those in favor? By Councilor Williams. Okay, we will, pardon? 1 p.m. we will return.
Public Works and Engineering section. We have no staff reports. Item 8.3.1 was in consent. We have no correspondence. Moving on to item 8.5, Councillor question period. Any questions from members of council? No? And now moving on to public question period. Do we have any questions from the public? No? Thank you. So we now move on to the community service section. Councillor Santos is not here.
So through you, Mr. Acting Chair, in the event that the chair or vice chair are not present, presumably the committee can select a chair from amongst themselves and continue the meeting, or the other option is to recess the meeting until they arrive.
What is the will of council?
Are they on their way? They're not coming. I'll make a motion that Councilor Fletcher chairs the chair to get the meeting over because he was the community services left from the last council. There's nothing really on the agenda.
There's a motion to have Councillor Pleshy chair this section.
You're sitting there, why don't you just stay?
I'd be happy to, if that's the will of council.
Okay, so yeah, I'll move that.
So, Mr. Clerk, do we need to consider these motions in order? Or?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, unless a motion is withdrawn.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor for Councillor Pleshy to chair this next section. All in favor? I see 3. That does not pass. So now we have another motion, technically, for myself to chair this next section. All those in favor?
Better be 4. Martin, put your hand up. It's got to be 4. So next.
Okay, I can vote. So 4. So we can continue on. So we're now into the community services section. We have no staff presentations. We have no reports. Item 9.3.1 was in consent. We have our next item, item 9.3.2, a discussion at the request of City Councillor Williams regarding gun violence in Brampton and Peel. The councillor is not here. We can stand an item down and move on. So our next item, can we address that item then in the next section of committee? This is the last.
When the council comes back, or it could be deferred to the next meeting, or
Okay, so we have a deferral motion on the floor for item 9.3.2, an item on gun violence in Brampton and Peel. Do we have any comments? Councillor Pleshy. It's a deferral.
Can you refer it or hold your deferral for a second? Can you? Maybe
you have the floor, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And maybe what we should be doing is, because it's brought to us for the first time, we should refer it back to staff and have them discuss with regional council, Peel Regional Police, and then come back to council. You okay with that?
So, through you, Mr. Chair, there has been no motion introduced on this other than a discussion item on gun violence in the city and in the region. I know Councillor Williams has distributed a motion, but it hasn't been introduced unless a member wishes to introduce it and have it referred to staff.
I'll introduce it.
I'll second it. There are 2 motions, I believe.
Okay.
I won't introduce it.
So, Councillor Pleshy, would you like to introduce the motion?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Whereas residents of Brampton are concerned about gun crime and suicide deaths by gun, and whereas it is understood that the Peel Regional Police Service will hold a gun amnesty in May of 2019, whereas it is understood that fewer guns in a community result in fewer gun injuries and deaths, therefore be it resolved that Brampton City Council direct the acting Chief Administrative Officer to find the adequate sum of monies from the contingency to compensate Brampton residents who participate in the planned gun amnesty, and further that residents be given a sum of $100 for each firearm surrendered to a maximum of 3 totaling $300, and further that the acting CAO coordinate efforts with the Chief of Police in order to promote the gun amnesty and buyback program, and further the acting CAO prepare a report in the aftermath of the amnesty to report on its relative success and and the such report be presented to council by the end of the fourth quarter in 2019. So I'll introduce the motion, but I'd like to refer it back to staff to discuss with Region of Peel and Peel Regional Police. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pleshy. Do I have any questions on the motion or the referral? Mr. Cielo.
If I may, Chair, would it be appropriate for us to report back on the funding component of this as part of the 2019 budget? Is that fair? Okay.
I see no other questions. All in favor of the referral? Carried. Our next item on the agenda is item 9.5, councillor question period, an opportunity for members of council to ask any questions on this section.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
There was an added item 9.3.3, community bus passes
I
for
see.
seniors that
Thank you.
Councillor Dillon had added to the agenda.
I apologize. I have it here in my notes. Our next item is an item of discussion put forward by Councillor Pleshy, or is it Councillor Bowman?
Councillor Dillon.
Councillor Dillon. Item 9.3.3, seniors buses service. Councillor Dillon.
Thank you. So it's a motion I got, and something that the mayor and I have been working on, and I'm going to read the motion out. Whereas affordability for seniors has become a major challenge for many senior residents in Brampton, through increased insurance rates, property taxes, cost of living, and gas prices, and whereas more than half of Peel Region residents are now low-income earners, and whereas Peel's senior population is increasing at almost 3 times the rate of Canada's senior population, and by 2018, Peel's senior population will top 200,000, and by 2031, 1.64 million. And whereas many of our seniors are currently dependent on OAS or the CPP, making it difficult to spend on full fare transit passes, and whereas due to health concerns, many seniors are not able to drive and are reliant on transit to visit hospitals and doctors, and whereas the need for active living in Peel has become necessary with diabetes affecting 1 in 7 Peel residents, whereas research has shown a positive impact when seniors socialize, and strategies should be in place to reduce isolation and encourage positive mental and emotional well-being, whereas only 100 to 140 seniors are eligible for the Region of Peel's transit subsidy to the City of Brampton, and whereas the City of Brampton has been a leader in meeting seniors' transit needs, therefore be resolved that staff be directed to determine the financial, operating, and administrative impact of offering a monthly Brampton transit pass for seniors who are residents of Brampton at A, the cost of $15 per month, and B, a zero cost, and number 2, staff report back to the Committee of Council on March 20th.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. Do you have any comments you want to add?
Well, I just want to add, I think this is something that is very important, I know, to myself and the mayor. We've been working on this. We've had discussions with staff as well. And I know that we do have a seniors population that is growing at a rapid pace. And I think we're leaders at the City of Brampton. We want to ensure that we provide accessibility and make it easier for our seniors and all residents of Brampton to get around on bus and or transit rather. And I think that this is an important step. Staff will be reporting back on what these costs are. Unfortunately, the Peel subsidy has not lived up to what its expectations were, whereas only a handful, about 100 to 140 seniors in all of Brampton are eligible for that. And so I know the mayor has said that he wanted to have a $0 monthly bus pass or pass for them, but we're also going with what I had introduced last term of council for $15 as well. And so we've had some positive discussions with our seniors population. We've had a number of discussions and meetings with them. They are very excited. Like I said, health has become such an important issue in terms of our seniors. When we're talking about diabetes, it's almost rampant. We're talking about seniors abuse, which occurs a lot. And so whether it's, withholding seniors' passports, whether it's physical abuse, whether it's forcing seniors to be in the country or out of the country, this gives them that independence. And I think the impact it might have, depending on what happens after March 20th, I think it'll be beneficial. And I think when you're talking about the social, the cultural, or the economic impact, I think sometimes you cannot measure it or quantify it per se, but I think it definitely will. The seniors can attest that it'll definitely benefit them in the city. And so those are my comments, and I put forth the motion on the floor.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. It's a worthy motion, worthy of discussion. Our next speaker, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions about the motion. I support anything that's going to make everything more accessible to seniors in this community. Question for Councillor Dillon, put the motion forward. Are you specifically talking about only travel within Brampton, or are you extending this like on a pass card, or how were you thinking this should look? Just a $15 pass that gets them around Brampton, or does it connect to My Way, or?
I think we're going to have we want staff to come back with a thorough report as to what is possible. Obviously, if we had, if transit to My Way and other transit services was possible, then that's definitely something. But I think with these numbers that Mayor Brown and I came up with, we're asking that we possibly get some more numbers. From 0 to 15 scale, but at the same time give us back some thorough information so we can make the best decision as possible. And we do realize that there is there's budget implications to this, so we're gonna try to find out all options available.
Okay, so thank you for that. If I could just add a friendly amendment that they also look at the interconnectivity between other bus lines and transit systems.
Would any member of staff want to just provide some comment to assist in the discussion?
So we can certainly look at that as part of any report. Obviously, we don't dictate it. We have no say over what fares other transits charge. But there's certainly no reason why we couldn't contemplate what that might be in a report and maybe approach those transits, at least at a staff level, on any interest they have. But as I would just caution that we have ability to set fares for Brampton Transit. We don't really have an ability to set fares for anybody else. It would be on their decision to do that in connection with us.
Thanks, Vince. Understood. And to you, Mr. CAO, finally, are you going to bring this forward also as a budget implication to our budget discussions?
Through the chair, yes, and that will be documented as well in the report.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Our next speaker on this motion is Councillor Medeiros.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Dillon, for bringing this. I guess the staff, and I'm not sure if it should be meant in the motion, for people with disabilities, because I have residents who are in chairs and in wheelchairs, and with what's happening at the region, with the reduction in what's that program called? The transportation, TransHelp. Would it not be appropriate as part of the report to look at if we were to amend this motion and include seniors and people with disabilities?
So if this motion, what's here, it just talks about a pass for seniors regardless of your mobility needs. So anybody who was a senior who had a need, had a mobility need, this pass would cover Brampton Transit. So to the extent that a senior who is in a wheelchair or whatever is riding Brampton Transit, this would cover them. But we talked about what it would be for other transits. We don't set fares for Peel TransHelp. Today, they charge, if they go from Brampton Transit to Peel Trans Help or to My Way, they pay a fare to Brampton Transit, and then they pay a fare to Peel Trans Help, or they pay a fare to My Way and Peel Trans Help. So this pass would solve that second fare, provided My Way, agreed to provide, a similar kind of a pass.
So through the chair, do people with disabilities currently, do they receive some subsidy if they go on our transit system?
They pay a regular fare, just like everybody else. So to the extent that roughly half of the cost of a ride is paid through gas taxes and subsidies from the city, they share in that, but there's no special discount above that for those people.
So I guess I would ask for a friendly amendment that this also be looked at, including people with disabilities, to be able to take advantage of this 15th per month and come back in the report and be reported back during budget deliberations.
Okay. So just to make sure I clearly understand it, we can look at individuals with disabilities too. I assume what we would be talking about are individuals who qualify for trans help based on their criteria. Their criteria is consistent with the AODA legislation, so we would go and look at individuals who qualify for Peel Trans Help who happen to be riding Brampton Transit. So if that, we would have to use their qualification criteria, and we could look at that too.
Okay. So I'm not sure, City Clerk, if it's accepted as a friendly amendment, then there's no need for a vote. We would vote on the motion in totality. If it's not accepted, then it would be separated. Is that correct?
So through you, Mr. Chair, if the mover of the motion, Councillor Dillon, accepts it as a friendly amendment, then that's fine. Otherwise, you can move it as an amendment to Councillor Dillon's main motion.
Okay. Well, I'll up to him if he wants to decide. So I'm requesting a friendly amendment then.
I could request the chair to speak. With Trans Help, we're dealing with regional services. Do we here at the city have the authority to direct the region in this regard?
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps I could start and then Mr. Roto will probably weigh in. What Mr. Roto said was piggybacking on the definition of a trans help user such that they would then benefit from a reduced fare Brampton Transit pass to be used. So it's not, it could be conceived as competing with, but it is to ride Brampton Transit. It's not to ride trans help.
So as it would be a complementary service to Trans Help, Councillor Dillon, do you accept the friendly amendment?
So if I can just get some...
Councillor
Dillon. Vince, are you okay with that?
I'm okay with doing the analysis, but we, just like I say, we cannot set fares for Trans Help. So if we looked at this, if this pass was, or something like this pass was also extended to Brampton residents who qualify for Trans Help, that were riding Brampton Transit, they would ride Brampton Transit at whatever fare came out of here, but when they transferred to Peel Trans Help, they pay a second Peel Trans Help fare.
Is that if they're a senior, or is it just anybody who's disabled?
It's anybody. We don't run the paratransit, they run it. Because we don't run it, we charge a fare, My Way charges a fare, and they charge a fare.
So the question I have, though, is, and I don't, certainly I think I don't mind it, but I'm just wondering if the scope of what this this motion intends to achieve might stray from its original intention. And if somebody adds, okay, let's throw, we specifically chose seniors for this motion. It doesn't mean that we can't help people who have disabilities. But if we, for example, somebody wanted to add people who, people who are, what's the word here? I'm looking for it. The transit subsidy that Peel offers already for low income.
Affordable transit program.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that, like, we could add a whole bunch of stuff in. But I think it might stray away from the original intention for it to be for seniors, and I'd love to have discussions on everybody else, which is why I'm trying to just get clarification from you.
So for us, we have time to come back and respond to this motion. We would do our best to come back in the same time frame dealing with the individuals with disabilities. We would try. I don't know that I could promise it, but we would try our best. But if we're really talking about an examination of fare policy at Brampton Transit for a whole series of concession-type fares, then that's something we'd like you to give us some time to go back and look at, because it's not just the policy decision on how you do it, not just where the money comes from. There will be restrictions in the use of the Presto card, because there's only so many slots set aside in a Presto card that are available for us to use, because we'd like all these things as much as at all possible to be through Presto. So there's some technical issues we'd have to deal with. This first one, I can tell you by the March 20th, we would be prepared to come back and tell you this.
Yeah.
We can do our best to give you an idea what would happen to do with individuals with disabilities. But because it's really, we do need on that one help from TransHelp and even My Way to find out who's traveling back and forth and what the numbers are. That one will take more analysis than this will. And anything beyond that, our plea would be to give us some time to go away and do a real thoughtful analysis of what that might mean.
And through you, Mr. Chair, if I may just add, the $15 fare was something that was brought to council in the last term, and there was a report brought back, and I think there was roughly 4,000 seniors who would be eligible, but they had bought, as per 2016 numbers, monthly transit passes, and so we had done some calculations as to how much it would cost. That motion was brought to council, but even before that, so I was the mover of that motion, we tried to look into adding disabled people as well as seniors. And if I recall, there was
So, Councillor Dillon, the question is...
And I'm getting to it. Just getting to it. And I'm getting to it.
All right.
There was an issue with...
That's right.
Sorry. There was some provincial legislation. I had to give a little background.
That's fine.
There was provincial legislation. Sorry?
Question is, will you allow the friendly amendment?
But I need to provide you some background.
Briefly,
and if I may finish. And I'm getting to the point. The original intent was to add disabled people to this motion, including seniors. But from what I recall, and perhaps you can, if you're aware of it, there was some type of provincial legislation that kind of limited what the city could do, which is why we didn't go ahead with disabled people and just went with seniors for this motion. So I don't recall exactly what it is, but
I don't recall what that is. I know there's AODA legislation, which is the Act for Ontarians with Disabilities Act, Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act, and what you are required to do is you cannot charge more for somebody who uses an accessible service than anybody else. So they pay the same fare.
Right.
Whether that will have an impact on this we'd go back and have a look at that. I think you probably could charge zero, but I mean, you do get into issues of, you've got a region-wide fare. So if TransHelp decides they're going to charge a regular transit fare for somebody in a wheelchair region-wide, and we're going to make that ride free in Brampton, I do need to go back and ask, is that a problem from an AODA perspective? It may well be.
Just to that point where you said they couldn't charge more, and so that's the reason why we didn't move ahead with it. And so, like, again, I don't know the exact information, but
I will find out.
I don't mind us going forward and looking for it, but I think he said that March 20th he can come back with the senior stuff, but it might take a little bit longer for the disabled information.
It will take us longer to collect that. We could give you some idea in the March 20th report on where we stand with our analysis at that point in time. But I don't think I could make a promise that we would be able to get it done by then.
So if I may, to Councilor Medeiros, is that okay with you?
Yeah, and through the chair, and I guess just to clarify why I've asked to look at this, is that several residents, and I think Councilor Bowman has met some of them at Bonnie Brae's, those in the wheelchairs, their constant complaint is that TransHelp, they have to call, wait, and it's not as accessible and frequent as Brampton Transit. So they ended up, especially during the winter months and so on, waiting around on certain spots, which they felt that the effectiveness of being able to go on Brampton Transit and the affordability was an issue for them. So all I'm asking, as the same rationale as whereas is, to have people, be healthy, be productive, feel that we look at that as well. And I'm not concerned about the timeline. So if you need more time, if you need a separate motion to make it cleaner, if you would like that, that's fine. But the spirit is just to be able to look at that as well. And if we can refer that to budget for consideration.
Sure. I don't think we need a separate motion. I understand what you're after.
Yeah.
Is it possible to either add to this people with disabilities, or if it's not, what might you be able to do for people with
and
disabilities?
just lastly, through the chair, and why I brought this up, because I know we had it at the budget at the region, that funding for TransHelp, if my collection, my mind is accurate, is being reduced. So we're going to have to fill the void eventually as well. And so I've just have the report address some of this for our consideration. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. Speaking to the motion still, Councillor Paleschuk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My first question is about that when it's coming back. It says Committee of Council, but members have said that it's coming back at budget. And the CAO said it was coming back at budget. We're in budget deliberations on that date. Is it coming to Committee of Council on that date, or budget deliberations on that date?
Through you, Chair, apologies. Thank you for the clarification, Councillor Paleschuk. It would go to Committee of Council, and then the information coming out of Committee of Council could be brought through to our budget deliberation discussions, once Council gives direction.
So why doesn't it just go to budget deliberations?
It could, so long as we don't, so long as we're able to have that informed dialogue and debate through the budget process on that item.
And that's what the budget deliberations are about. So I'm just trying to ease up the committee date on that day and actually get down to what this really entails, is budget. Councillor Dillon.
Councillor Dillon, you wish to respond?
Yeah, this transit staff had said they wanted the March 20th date, and so we said that's fine. And so I think if we have our discussion there, I think it can be, whatever decision we make at budget we can make. But this is at the request of transit staff to have it at March 20th. In the second part is logistically, if we. Which is why I just want to refer to what Councillor Medeiros was asking, if there's a requirement for a second motion per se, because I just want to know
that wasn't part of my question. I'm still on the floor.
Yeah, but
That wasn't part of my question. But I'm going to elaborate on that and what you're talking about a little bit, Mr. Chair. Thank you. If I can provide some clarity on what Councillor Medeiros was referring to, really the two have nothing to do with each other, TransHelp and what we're asking for.
Yes.
As sitting on a committee for the last 4 years in TransHelp, we've tried to gear people towards our conventional local traffic, our local transportation for the last 4 years, and they've done a great job at that, and they have the numbers. So I think a simple discussion with the region just to figure out kind of how many people we have moved over to Brampton Transit, to My Way, I think is an easy discussion to have. Because when it comes down to it, people with mobility issues that cannot make it to the bus stop still need to utilize TransHelp, and they will not be using our services at the City of Brampton. So I think the numbers are there, and I think they can be attached, and they can come back. But I leave that up to you. So I don't necessarily see it as a separate motion, but...
So I'm good if it's one motion. We're good to come back with whatever information we have. My only point was, if you're looking for Brampton-wide discount for the current fares for people with disabilities, you have some capacity, I guess, as council to decide what happens for Brampton Transit, but we can't dictate what happens at Peel TransHelp. And it would be a strange kind of circumstance to have somebody riding Brampton Transit at a discount where they're riding Peel Trans Help at a full fare. That was just an
Sure,
observation
but
on my
that needs to come back to us for us to better understand that, for sure.
So we can, by the 20th was our date, it was our understanding, maybe I was incorrect, but I thought there was also budget deliberations on the 20th. It was council or community council in the morning and deliberation. So it was somewhere in that day, we were coming back with a report on this. And that report could tell us what we would, what our operational or administrative issues are with regards to this motion at that point in time, including our best estimates of financial impacts. And we will at the same time come back with some discussion as best we can about riders requiring trans help and what impact that might be on us and what we could talk about at that time.
Okay, and then just through you, Mr. Chair, to the clerk, the way I see this going now is it coming to committee of council, us debating, and then I guess referring it to budget deliberations, when maybe we should just have it go directly to budget deliberations, which is taking place on the same day. Can you put clarity to that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Roto is correct. There are two meetings scheduled on March 20th, a regular committee of council meeting and budget deliberations as required. I think the way that this motion is structured, this is a bit of a policy conversation, so committee of council may be an appropriate venue to actually have that conversation. And then committee is well within its rights to refer the financial aspects of that to budget deliberations. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter.
So there's two discussions to be had.
Okay. So the motion stays as written. Final opportunity to speak, Councillor Dillon.
So is that a separate motion?
It's an amendment to the motion.
So the question I have though is, you're gonna, to staff, if you're gonna come back on the 20th with some budget implications for potentially moving to one of these two options, 0 or 15, I'm sure that if you had, it's related to the disabled portion of the disabled part of the amendment. Is that correct or no? Because we're having them come at separate times, and I'm assuming it'd be you're having two segments of the city that are being debated right now or are going to be discussed to have the same fare. I'm sure that we'd like to have it all in one motion.
So as I said, we will come back with material on this motion that was originally put on the board, including operational impacts, administrative impacts. How quickly could you do it? How would you do it? Would it be a Presto card? Would it be some other card? So we'll talk about all those logistical things. How do we control it from a fare evasion perspective? We want to be able to collect our fares. So we'll come back and we'll tell you all those things on the two options regarding the seniors.
Right.
We will also come back at the same time with the best information we're able to collect about whatever we're able to figure out to do with the disabled community. And if we have a fulsome answer to that and that you could debate and make a decision on, that will be great. If not, we'll at least let you know where we are and what further information we need to provide.
Right. And so if this were to pass, then I'm assuming some seniors would not require the trans help. So trans help would have some savings to help have more cash available for those people with disabilities too. So that's a discussion we can have at the region. And so
trans help, as I understand it, to qualify for trans help, you need to be on one of their vehicles. If people are able to board our vehicle, that's great, but this may do nothing for trans help, because if you need to ride a ramped vehicle like theirs, and you're unable to ride the regular transit system, you're talking about the fare you charge to people, not necessarily that they will come to us.
Gotcha. So you're okay with that, the amendment?
Yes.
You're comfortable with it?
Yes.
Fair enough.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. So we have a need to vote on the amendment. I have an amendment.
It's a friendly amendment. Do we need to vote on it?
All right. So then the option then would be to vote on the motion as amended, Mr. Clerk. So you have the motion on your screen as amended in front of you.
We'll record a vote.
We'd like to have a recorded vote.
Recorded vote's been requested
Yeah.
on the motion
Can we
by
do
Councillor
electronic
Dillon.
vote?
All in
Be
favor?
electronic.
Just one moment. There's some members that aren't here, so they have to be removed from the system. Recorded vote's been requested. Voting is now open. All members have voted.
It applies to everything.
Mr. Chair, the motion carries unanimously 9-0.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So we've dealt with that item. Our next item is item 9.5, Councilor's Question Period. Do any members have questions of staff regarding matters within the jurisdiction of this section? Please try to be direct and brief in your questions. Councillor Williams.
Has the item that I put on the agenda been dealt with, has been moved through? Okay.
Councillor, may I answer, or do you wish to answer?
Yeah.
Councillor Williams, so your item was tabled. Your motion was put on the floor by Councillor Paleshi, and it was referred to staff.
Well, I did have comments on it, and it was put on by me, and I was out doing, community business, helping children with autism, and so I wish that we reopen it and bring it back on the floor to discuss.
To reopen an item, Mr. Clerk, we need a 2/3 vote to reopen the item for further discussion. So, Mr. Clerk, so do we call for a vote? So all in favor of reopening item 9.3.3 for discussion? That does not carry. Okay. But we are still at we still have the opportunity now for members to ask questions. Councillor Williams, you still have the floor.
Well, I have some questions about the motion, and because it was moved forward. Can somebody please explain to me what the plans are with the motion that I put on the floor?
Mr. CAO, you'd be the appropriate person.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Williams, we're taking the direction as noted in the motion. Already actioned it to our acting commissioner of corporate services along with our treasurer, so that it's in line with the money asked, that we can also report back any potential, I'll use this term loosely, cost implications, because if it does end up getting guns off street, and there are some potential savings at different levels of the government into the community in terms of community safety. But in terms of us actually purchasing back those guns, we're trying to come up with a number so that council is aware of what that dollar figure is, and setting up a cost center within our budget to track that information so we can do that report back as requested.
Councillor Williams, do you have any other questions?
No, thank you.
Do any other members have questions with regards to any section into this section? Seeing none, our next item is the referred matters list. Oh, we have public question period. Public question period for this section. We invite members of the public to come forward to the podium and ask any questions about any recommendation made by committee at today's meeting. There's a 5-minute limit.
Okay, hello. This is on, my name is Sylvia. I'm a resident of Ward 3. This is on the discounted passes for seniors. A word of caution, in Toronto, they're finding out they've made a decision to make transit for children free, which is a noble thing to do. Good policy. And the problem is at Shoppers World, they don't ask for any verification. So the result is people have gone with and gotten a ton of Presto cards set to child fares, and so now people are riding for free for the entire year for a card that they paid $20. from someone. So that is a word of caution on if you want to pursue free. For seniors over 2011 to 2016, the senior population grew at a rate of roughly 7% annualized. So while the number might seem small now, over even 10 years, we could be talking a substantial increase in it. I've talked to seniors like my grandmother who don't drive, and what deterred her from taking transit wasn't the cost. Even if it was free, she wouldn't take it, just because in her neighborhood, to get to the bus stop, there were neighbors that didn't clear the snow off their sidewalks, so she physically couldn't make it. If you talk to other seniors, I've talked to seniors at bus stops trying to figure out what they want, because I'm interested in hearing from other transit riders, and what they cared about most was a bus coming more frequently, because when it is minus 20 outside with wind chill and you're waiting for 15 minutes for the bus as a senior who's like in their 70s, that's a problem. And so at that point, what you want is buses more frequently, not whether it's free instead of $1. So my question is, will this consider long-term costs for it? Because I don't think it was specifically mentioned a longer-term horizon, for example, 10 or 20 years for potential costs for it, and implications for fare evasion or what methods could be taken to prevent something like what Toronto's finding out right now.
Would Councillor Pleshy would like to answer the question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I think the last report that we went through last term of council did cover a lot of that information, and I doubt that that staff will be coming back with anything less than that. As for Presto and the kind of declining, the disaster that Presto is becoming, it started in the city of Brampton as a kind of on a rocky road where we weren't getting some of the fares put through, and now there's another issue. It's not just at Shoppers World, it's other municipalities as well. But that is definitely an issue. The Presto card is becoming a big issue, not just in Toronto, but all over. So I think I was going to have a discussion with Transit, but maybe I know that Transit's looking into it, and hopefully maybe they can come back and give us a briefing in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Do you have any other questions, Sylvia?
No.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions from the public, our next item is item 10, referred matters list. It's a list of outstanding business referred or deferred by council or a standing committee. The clerk reports quarterly with the list, status, resolution, and or expected reporting date of outstanding business referred or deferred. And the current list is linked as part of our meeting agenda. Do any members have questions regarding the referred matters list? Seeing none, next we have item number 11, government relations matters. We have, you have all received a copy of a report from the City of Brampton draft response to the provincial consultation 10th year review of Ontario's Endangered Species Act discussion paper. Do any members have questions? Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. With this draft response on the Endangered Species Act, I read through it and I found it fairly difficult to try and fully understand what our ask is. And we talk a lot about more communication with the province to determining what should be on the list, and to get that information. We also talked about opening it up to provide us with more of a timeline to look at kind of that scientific evidence behind some of the species that may or may not be on the list. We also talk about our procedures around the red side days. And from my understanding, and specifically the procedures around the red side days, you can't argue them. They're great. We do a fantastic job. The fish itself is the issue for me. And the fact that it's slowly coming off of the list, and just on the south side of Lake Ontario, you go to any of the little fishing towns there in the States, and they use it as bait fish. So I know we talk a lot about the red side days, but it's more along those procedures. Like we could 5 years from now, it may not even be on the list. Who knows? Not like the Bobolink. Bobolink, we know there's an issue there, but we've kind of followed the same procedures. So, I guess I really don't have much of a question. It's just it was very confusing to me. And do you have any comments on?
For to you, Chair, your side for red side days habitats, right?
Red side days, the discussion paper, the comments as in total.
So we were sort of trying to promote the approach the city is taking with the MNRF and trying to speed up the approval process for a lot of our capital projects. So we did an integrated approach with the MNRF and TRCA to identify a slew of compensation areas and an objective way to identify the impacts to the species. So that's what we're trying to promote for other species, more of an objective approach as opposed to this back and forth negotiation for compensation. In terms of red side days, I'm not a scientist, so I wouldn't know the status of what it is. I know it is not endangered, and you're right, south of the lakes. But hopefully maybe they'll come back and then it'll be a success story through the
Well, I guess that's
legislation.
kind of what I mean. Like there is more. Like we're doing a great job. We've been doing a great job for a long time. We're even, there's brown trout in Curry Creek just north of just north of Bovaird now. There hasn't been brown trout in that creek for many, many years. So you can see things that are starting to come back, and I don't want to disrupt that at all. But I do want, I guess, and it says in here, a better communication with oceans, with the various other levels of government to really to understand what else we can be doing, and to have whatever is on or off the list in a timely manner.
Yes. So yeah, we were caught off guard with the uplifting of red side dace to the federal list of endangered species.
Mm-hmm.
So it was always provincial, and then I think 6 months ago it was uplisted to the federal government. So now the understanding of where the jurisdiction is between the province and the federal government and the conservation authorities. So that is another issue. But yeah, better communication with us, and then response and working with us to find integrated solutions.
And our request to possibly have the conservations police this. I know we didn't talk to the conservations authorities about that, but how is that going to be perceived? Because as far as my understanding, sitting on TRCA and CBC, they don't really want it. They like to help and everything, but the funding just isn't there. So.
Through you, Chair. So we I think in our comments we did suggest upload or downloading to the conservation authorities, because they're already out there for every application, for every development application. They're out there for monitoring when we do development. So with other Department of Fisheries, they've downloaded to the conservation their authority for permits. So it's logical. I mean, it might require more funding from the province to download that kind of service to the conservation authorities.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Paleski. Our next speaker to the report, Councillor Willens.
Thank you, through Chair. I'd just like to I read through it, thank staff. The questions there make sense. What stands out the most to me, though, is you're not letting it get lost in bureaucratic. You're recognizing the fact that the Committee of the Status of Species at Risk in Ontario are a good arm's length organization to keep moving forward with the protection of our endangered species. So, good job.
Thank you, Councillor Willens. May I have a motion to receive the report from Councillor Bowman? All in favor? Carried. Our next item is item 11.2, Government Relations Matter. Do any members have any questions regarding the information that was distributed at the beginning of the meeting? Seeing none, may I have a motion to receive the report from Councillor Santos? All in favor? Carried. Next, we have public question period. Do any members of the public have any questions on items in this part of the agenda? Seeing none. point of privilege, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through your chair. I did have a second motion on Bill C-71. Was that read as well? It was deferred according.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it was not
tabled.
introduced.
No?
So it has no status at the moment.
Okay, I intend to bring it March 6th then. I'll bring it forward March 6th, the next council.
Next week at council?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. So we're on public question period. There are no public questions. We are now on closed session. We've already completed closed session. Is that correct? So our next item is item 14, adjournment. Thank you, members, for your respectful consideration and recommendations today. Thank you to staff for your information and advice. Today's recommendations will be presented to City Council for approval at its next regular meeting of March 6th. And the next committee is scheduled for Wednesday, March 20th at 9:30 a.m. May I have a motion to adjourn today's meeting by Councillor Santos? All in favor? Carried. Meeting is adjourned. Just to note to everyone that for next week, we'll be holding our meeting in the new chamber. Thank you. That wasn't in my notes. But a good point.